I'm Sorta Pixel, and welcome back to the Sorta Pixel channel. Oh, there's echo. Oh God, there's echo. From where? Where is the echo coming from? What the hell? Okay. Just heard echoing screams. Been a while, huh? Months? Maybe years? Anyways, it's been a while. I've missed this. I love streaming. We're not finishing the Mario and Sonic Marathon. I'll probably finish it another day when I do the I don't know if I've talked about this. I'm gonna 100% do a video on the first Mario and Sonic Marathon stream. And once I upload that, that's probably gonna be the time I continue that. But for right now, I have too many games! Hold on, wait, let me yeah, I spruced up the news scene. Let me see if I can get like an appropriate song for this. Breaking news! I have a problem! I got too many games! I have too many games and I need to complete them all. So, I'm gonna use my live streaming prowess to not, okay, that doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna, on twitch.tv and youtube.com, I'm gonna complete all of them. Hopefully my backlog gets way smaller. And it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be epic. We're gonna play so many different games. I'm gonna please so many different fan bases. I bet the Ace Attorney fans are, like, they're like, oh yes, that's my favorite game. Finally, I thought no one would play it. So, yeah, that's basically. Oh my God, that's basically it. I got 2 cans of soda. Well, one's a bottle. And I'm really hoping that's gonna get me through what was the fucking chapter called? I don't know. I called it on the announcement. We're gonna solve the mystery of the adventure of the unbreakable speckled band. I don't know what that means. Been a year since we played Great Ace Attorney. It's not a bad game. Life just kind of happened. And I don't plan for it to be a problem ever again. Woo! So let me get to Elgato 2, I think it was. Yeah. Stop. You're annoying. Alright. Just gotta wait for that to shrink down. Why does it keep switching the top chat randomly, I mean. That's annoying. I'm gonna turn this up a little. If you guys have any audio problems, like if I'm too loud or the game's too loud, tell me. I don't want these streams to be like unwatchable experiences. I wonder. Hold on. And you're like, I'm gonna grab my little guy. I think he's called this. And then Elgato 2. Just so you can have like a mini version of me. Alan, it's a little version of me. I want you to have it. I don't know. I think it might be funny. It's me! Yay! Probably gotta mess with the Elgato settings. Not Elgato, the VOTube settings later. Let me like scream. Ah! Yes! Ah! That's the wrong place. I should have screamed. Okay. Ah! Okay, wait, I don't know where to scream. It's working, though. It's working. We're gaming. No more dilly-dallying. Let's select adventure. The adventure of the unbreakable speckled spirit. Okay, man. I don't know. Fuck. I want to, like, restart it, but I don't want to, like... Yes. If you'll be so inclined. I'm gonna get rid of him. He's an eyesore, actually. I hate myself.
In a corner of that small, dark room,
I'm gonna mute myself.
Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
That it? What a terrible speckled band. God, I just can't. What now? Oh?
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
Murder?
Do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted
How
from
queer.
inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way.
Oh, really?
So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle.
What the
A
fuck?
Russian word.
Fucking shit
So
paper?
the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script.
Extraordinary?
And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
No, why? Ah!
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture.
Don't gas me.
What have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
That's bold.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Quite so.
Who are you?
Stupid.
And where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world.
The only one?
Sherlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
They got him. Sherlock Sholmes. I thought he costed a lot of money. Ugh. My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Everything's black and white. Oh, color. I didn't think that was possible in this day and age. Wait. I can't move. Ah, what the? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now. Oh. We had to drag you out of wardrobe. I do not believe you could wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You... You found me then. Duh. We found you. And you will play. And you will pay. Criminal! How long are you hiding in that tiny water drum, Ugh, sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, Wait, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Why'd you do it? Why'd you take his life? Miss Susato! Su who? Wait, what did he say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Uh-oh. Ha! You pretend you not know? You are a wolf in a sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? What the hell is going on? Kazuma-san's body was discovered not long ago. Oh. Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be... That's impossible. Murder can't happen. This is my favorite funny happy time world. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-san's life? Answer me. No. Ah! That was a lot of O's. Count them, chat. 1, 2. It was 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Ha ha ha! Don't you find it funny to being a stowaway? Besides, how could you come to England with me to study? It really was something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier today, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die. Yes, I can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful jurisdiction assistant Kotaba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could find her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose. Perchance. Anyways, it's about time that steward is supposed to come and clean my cabin. That music goes fucking hard. Oh my god. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there. I think it won't be long. Anyway, compared to hiding inside my travel case, it'll be a breeze. Yeah, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? You're not gonna stick it over the wardrobe walls once you're inside. I don't know. I've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? Oh my god! My murder! No! We were supposed to kiss in England! Gay sex. We leave at next port. Stay quiet until then. Do not make trouble for yourself. Murderer! No! I'm not a murderer! Stop! Duh. You said it before. You said you admit everything about your crime. No, that's not right. I mean, yeah, I stowed away on this ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth! I mean, there's a vent. Right there. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. In the closet, like an Ace Attorney MC. True. Also, how's it going, Raltz? Been a bit, huh? But there's something I'd like to ask you too. Ugh, those eyes. It looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare's getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. How did he die? My best friend, my lover. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? Change of plans due to being sick means I was able to catch a stream. Yay! I hope you enjoy it. They think I'm Kazuma's killer. When they found them, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? That door. There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. There's a vent! What? Or put it another way, the culprit could have only been someone inside the cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. The vent! It's there! I don't know if it's open, but it's there. Are you still gonna grab the charge? Please! Please, Susato-san. You have to tell me. Tell me everything. Cause of death is still underdetermined. I don't know how he died. Incompetent cops, I tell you. The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted on our next port. So presumably there was no external signs of injury? That's true, yeah. Okay. Can anyone tell me what actually happened in the cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone try to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than everyone. Shut up. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yeah, I was, but I was really sleepy. He would always wake before dawn to do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door? Ooh. I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open when we managed to get inside. Ah! There was Kazuma-san collapsed on the floor! He knows Russian now! Damn commie! And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's very hard to believe. This is all very hard for you to believe true, trust me! Now that I've told you everything I know, it's my turn to ask you a question. Okay. Ah, my head feels so heavy. Stowaway. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yeah, that's true. It's been two weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-san's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that'd be impossible, obviously. Yeah, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. Homosexuality, dumbass. I don't understand. Kazuma, why did you want this? What's the real reason? Why go through such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? ... Very stoic. It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then... Speak! Then what? Nothing. Forget it. Huh? Kazuma-san he's always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Maybe. That sounds bold, but there's still something bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san? I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you, my stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-san, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me from becoming guilty by association. That's actually exactly the reason! Word perfect! And last night. If not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? I don't know. I don't really remember. Kazuma-san brought me something to eat, just like he always did. Because I'm just a little poor boy, and I need my rations. And I got myself in the wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply you didn't even stir when Kazuma-san was killed? Well, yeah! They might have gassed me. Can you think about that? I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's the truth! If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please forget it. Sato-san, you gotta believe me, I didn't do it! I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could have possibly done this. Then let's think it through step by step. We'll look at the evidence. We'll go to ship court. Do they have a court on this ship? Ugh. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Ah! Don't try and go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here. And I didn't do anything to stop it. Hi, dog. What are you doing? Stop that. And now I'm supposed to sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No! I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm gonna investigate. I'm gonna find out exactly what happened here. I'm gonna work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to excuse me. Yeah! Ow! I'm upside down. I'm like Spider-Man. That was a Susato takedown. A Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm gonna need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already? What, you achieved just a few weeks... What the fuck? Ah, shit. One of my controllers died. I think? No, they're fine. What happened? What you achieved a few weeks ago. You successfully defend yourself in the court of law. I see. I don't think you're supposed to defend... I don't think if you're the main suspect of a crime, I don't think you're allowed to be the defense lawyer. I don't think that's something you're allowed to do, legally. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence that proves I'm not guilty. I go to a university.
Yes!
Yes! Alright then, how about this? You can't trick me with something irrelevant like that. Oh, better come with something more convincing, otherwise I feel like she'll throw me right to the floor all over again. The way you're looking at me. I think perhaps I didn't throw you hard enough. No, definitely hard enough! I have to get Susato to believe me. It's the paper seal. I was sealed up like a goddamn spirit. Tell me, when I was discovered on this wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yeah, it was. I remember clearly. Thought so. Kazuma's always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. You can choose to defend yourself, but it's like a really horrible, awful idea. Oh. Yeah. So you are allowed to do it. I just thought it was straight up not allowed. So naturally, you did the same last night as well. Ah! Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled off that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But I was truly the culprit. I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe. It stuck this on the outside of the doors on my... I mean... I feel like you could. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. ... Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-san thought so high of you. Thank you, Susato-san! Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? What are you... Don't eat that. Get that out of your mouth. Hold on. Get back on the bed. Sleep. Don't do anything. Nighty-night, nighty-night, nighty-night. Sleep, 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 sleep. Go, go, go. Stay. Whoa. Yes. It is nap time. Don't lick my finger. It's nap time. I'm such a great dog owner. I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating here at least. Thank you! So you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that they use some sort of conjuring trick. What does she think I am, a magician? Perhaps I'm a mage from a far-off land. For now, I suggest you investigate as early as possible from here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san! Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you don't do anything that might disturb the crime scene. Wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence. Right. An evil mage from the Wild West. I should start investigating here, examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I'll avenge your death! Alright, examine. High pipe thing. Look at that thing. This is where dear Kazuma would have sat when he was writing. And he was! London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means... What? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. Could be a valuable clue. Yeah! That's out of the question. What? Kazuma may have departed from this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Fine. Poor Kazuma. I don't like prying in people's personal matters either, but in this case, I need to look for clues. Oh dear, that won't do. What's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I find myself so focused, so I forget to look around properly. Well, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruto-san? Buttons? I'm sure you're careful if you look around using the D-pad, are you? You know, the button on your controller? We aren't in a simulation or anything. Let's investigate all the corners of the cabin! Yay! Let's do that! With my field of vision's been rather small. Oh my god! I can turn my neck! Holy shit! Vent. I win. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate in the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, well, it looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yeah, it would appear, you're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should connect to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so rain and spray don't find their way in this when the seas are rough or something like that. I suppose. That's it. Alright, what can we... Yes! This random bell! This is... Yes, I think it's a bell cord contraption. What do you mean contraption? I read about it in a book when I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Like a mage? Like a magician? Maybe Kazuma isn't dead. Maybe it's just one big trick. Shall I give it a try? Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. Ding ding. Nothing happened. Womp womp. I suppose no one comes for lowly Japanese people. No! I'm surely it's just that everyone's busy. Racism doesn't exist. I think. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruto-san? I think living isn't the right description. Oh no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret little hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in, so yeah, I basically did have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. Because of that, you had no idea what was happening out there in the cabin. No? Okay, we got the case I came in. It's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yeah, it carries a lot of memories for me. Ah! 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 Just like rolling around like a fucking monkey ball. Ah! Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yeah, I see it. It says this way up in Japanese. Which in hindsight, I should have realized that foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and that was tossed on the floor here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Don't do that shit again. The books have fallen over! They all toppled the same way. What's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Well, though he's fallen over as well. Yeah, it's almost as if the whole shelf's been ransacked and everything mown down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Cosmo-san doing his morning sword training. I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps it was you, not Naruto-san, in a fit of rage? I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books. Could the ways things been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? I'll set everything straight again. I don't like seeing a mess. I disturbed the crime scene! Rules. These are the rules of passage for traveling the SS Bureau. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep wet weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. He violated both of those. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Okay, I can't get specifically the ink thing. The bed? No. The table. There's nothing on this table. The plate and cutlery are all over on the floor for some reason. Yeah, it's strange. Last time when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps what? No, wrong button. So then perhaps you are responsible? Whoa! The peasant's food spilled on the floor. A roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor? I'm not a dog. I ate on the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. Kazuma didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right, so he didn't touch it. Which means all the more for me! Oh no! Does that mean poor Kazuma spent the lesson on this earth with an empty belly? He's just too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Japanese text. Sigi. The Japanese word for justice. The brush strokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Criminal! Of course I can! I mean, I'm innocent, so why wouldn't I be able to? You stowed away or something. Never gonna bring that up, are you? I can't win. There's a... That's a really big sword. That's as big as the guy. That's Kazuma-san's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yeah, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on the trip. So that just shows how important it was to him. And now he's gone. I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Don't eat your ass! Your ear folded? Damn it. I'm gonna unfold that ear for you, stupid. The dog's name is... How long has that been muted? It's fine. I have the Audacity recording. It's crazy. Twice now, I have forgotten to unmute. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna delete the VOD to this, but then I'm gonna download the VOD, and I'm gonna edit the audio back in. I am fucking, oh my god. Okay. It's fine. I muted myself for a long time in both halves now. That's great. Indeed. An observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right! I don't think you introduced yourself. My apologies. How remiss of me. I'm none other than the great detective of the century, known to men and women all over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. So, it's really you? The actual Sherlock Holmes? The very same. The inimitable actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this man? The most famous detective in the world, Naruto-san? Of course I do. There's no one who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure of it. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Converse. I could examine. That man is giving me the creeps. Excuse me. What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation. Grandmother told me that Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime. Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. You might have useful information, though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Don't stare at me. Yes, of course not! Now, back to corner of room and make silence. I say no more to you. Huh. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there. You seemed a little flustered. Hmm? No, wrong button. Let me ask you, great detective. What does that mean? So you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name? Indeed, I'm none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock? No, I mean, ha! Please call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yeah, Rant's Magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. What the fuck? That's fucked up. Anyways. I never miss an issue, especially since I've seen it from England. Ah yes, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am! And you've read so many of your own stories, you're starting to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backwards. Backwards? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronologues them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Wasn't everyone? One goes by the name of Dr. Wilson. Presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've become fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really, I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you say, is to be a science, logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? An astute observer notices even the most subtle reactions in his subjects. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture, fingernails, arm slings, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained Lud just again makes deductions from the data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth! As I demonstrated only a short few moments ago. How can you look at me in the eye and be that calm? So you see, I have returned both for observation and for deduction. And fame! That's what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes! Kazuma's death. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case? Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow! Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-san this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among the number, giving entry into the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Sherlock Holmes was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruto. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, 2 facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really, 2 facts you say? What were they? What are the 2 facts? Oh yes, but first, let us be precise. The 2 facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yeah, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The 2 facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance to see the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit outside of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, what makes you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Tapipop. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-san could have left a dying message in Russian? No, he's Japanese. In their final moments, may he find the native tongue filling the head of this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian? Initially, I considered Gartop to be the name of a killer, a certain Robert Gart, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look in the wardrobe at least, where you found Mr. Naruto sleeping soundly. Quite so! I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it I'm Russian too? I observed you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea detectives could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim's dying meshes that I might analyze for possible hidden details. Why'd the music go away? This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered before the body was removed. Yeah, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. It's the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? Oh, yeah, thank you. Oh my god, an evidence! That's the first one. Can I ask you something, Mr. Slums? What pray? You mentioned Russian before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that. Oh yes, the training of reason that led me to the truth. Am I explaining the train of reason to me, do you think? Russian word. Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian. I don't speak Russian. The thing you concluded about me? Oh, the famous accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other detail I was hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary assassin of 6. What? Oh yes, the more sordid details. It's fairly commonplace deduction. I have it in the morning paper. The main headline reads: Revolutionary Vien Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? Sounds like Mr. Sloan has concluded he was a Russian because of what Kazuma-san wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary, one who would kill the very man who helped him escape his identity after it's discovered. Yes, you, Vidim Bushkovich. No, how could that be me? I don't look anything like this man. Look at his face. Well, you're a fearsome Russian revolutionary after all. Stop looking at me, weirdo. Yeah, sorry. Therefore, you have no doubt to learn to revolutionize your appearance as well. Ah, please. And might I add, your name does not appear on the ship's passengers list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. Well, what about the other detail? The 16 victims of assassination blowing up Crystal Tower? Oh yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed those particulars in the article. The detail of man has perpetrated this war and those he's plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bushkovich was included. There can't be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspapers? It was me. I did it. It was my fault. Yes. I bombed that building, and I'll do it again. Viva la Russia, or whatever. Ah, fuck. Too many ice cubes. And what about the part you said was returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated in this article. Bushkovich is recently returned out after a period of surface activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thanks. I've absorbed it all in the interest of me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. And you may find the article on the back of the page interest as well. On the back? Cast your eyes over it if sometime if the interest takes you. So you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to just glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. But before we start talking, you were examining Cosma's desk. Cosma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. I found this cool paper. You see, the victim was engaged in some penning, some text. London diary. Cousin was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should be reading his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic! Anyways, so you perhaps allocate before the act of reading. You mean you read it? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Shisato takedown is. She would never. Sada-san, aren't you gonna do trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruto-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyways, to return to the matter at hand, namely the diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as accurate as details. I thought you already knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering! Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado. I trust you're studiously impressed. Ah. but this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none! So what was that showing off before then? If you so kind of show me, I'd be happy to read it for you, Mr. Slums. Hi, much obliged, my dear madam. Final entry of Cosmo's diary consists of 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator griddle. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator griddle, you say? The man was presumably... What? That was a word, and I can't process... I don't know English. Do you want to leave? I'm not letting you. You're gonna eat that damn carpet again. Got something in your mouth. God damn it. That's my hair. What the fuck? Back on the bed. Sit down and sleep. You are a sleepy dog. You go very sleep. And yeah. You can barely stand up. Come on. The adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Also, real quick, I'm gonna check how long that was muted before. Middle of writing it when the accident happened. What if it's something important? Fine. I don't like prying in people's personal matters either, but in this matter, son, to the cabin. I was studying. No. Carrie's again. I don't think it was that long. Did I accidentally mute myself when... I accidentally muted myself when I unfolded her ear? I damn well know I didn't click that mute button. Fuck me and my stupid Chungus life, man. But hey, at least it wasn't that long. Yay! This calls for a celebration. Ah, do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writing in the diary has piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. If you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental acceleration. Did you just say something? So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you perhaps think that I could come? Please, pretty please. I wanna come! No, that'd be somewhat complicated. Why? Sip a glass of your wrist would reveal the answer. Sure, it's not the worst thing. I'm just a convicted criminal. What's the worst that could happen? After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No, you're the one who cuffed me. I feel like being in your captivity would help. There's no point in trying to turn into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. Nice try. You must be joking. You said it only a moment ago! Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Slums, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? That's strange. I wouldn't have said that to you at the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Another brilliant deduction! That was then, this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. You're the culprit! Then you must play the part more convincingly! Roll over and accept your fate! Oh, he's just being plain rude. I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. He deserves it. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor just as twisted as his name. God, I hate British people. What are you standing there for? Huh? Let's go investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting? What about these? No way I can. Yeah! What the fuck? You're just gonna roll over and accept your fate? Ugh. As if you gave me any choice on the rolling over part. Think we still have investigation to finish off in here first. What? And I do owe it to Cosmo. I'll find I'm justice, baby! Oh, a new guy. Is something wrong, Naruto-san? Oh, no, it's just the crewmate standing by the door. Can't help but feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh yeah, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me! Yes, what can I do for you? Oh yeah, this guy. I recognize that face, but it can't be. Oh my god. It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosanaga. Hi. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew of the boldest ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there is anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. Perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Ow. Stop jumping off. You can't just expect to stare at me and get what you want. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? That shit's confidential. Why would I ever tell you? I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. Huh? It was the Minister of Justice, Jiko, who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even been a possibility? I'm not sure. These are some complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jugo said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-san was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't just give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. I take my eyes off him this entire time we've been on board. From morning until night, every day. I never imagined it would happen here. Inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment. And Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word. Take these cuffs off me. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not! We really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, we need to be allowed out of this cabin. Sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to this ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of this cabin door, that stormy looking seaman over there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, don't you think? I'm gonna need something persuasive. What do you mean? Well, I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example. I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I have to. But I don't see how... There might be a way. What? Think about you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruto-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you're in court. You must have done it by now. Many times in court. Simply, yeah, okay, awesome, yep. I gotta press the button. Hi! What do you look at me for? Alright, let's see if we can present evidence. It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-san wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator griddle. A speckled band? That is strange. Yeah, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me the ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next cabin door. That's right, so if we could investigate there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at this moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes. As long as you don't leave the first class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise that... And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-gun safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruto-san. Let's move! Move? Alright. God, these legs. Have I used them before? I don't think I have. Oh my god. You don't have to lay on the cold hard floor. You can go on the bed. Dumbass. Is that a mousetrap? Woo! Finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it'd be. This is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Cosmo-san was being sent on the study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as any accommodation in the steerage. Really? That must be awful. Ah! Look over there! It's a guy! He looks enormous even when he's sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes here. You shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs. Naruto-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. Okay. Awesome. I would have thought you'd be used to a ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yeah. But I was inside Cosmo's trunk when I first came aboard, and ever since then I've been shut up in a little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please don't give me that pitying look. Alright, let's examine. What I'm most concerned about is this mouse. Nope. Not the right button. This mouse trap. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yeah, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Oh, I think that's what is called a cheese. It is made from milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. Grab it. You can't eat it, Naruto-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But I suppose you're right. You weren't actually gonna try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Cosmo's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you! I'll find you a little snack for you later. Good boy. My little pathetic little man eating cheese off the floor like a little fucking rat. Oh my god. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape. What? This is the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says press only in times of emergency. This is an emergency! It looks though it sets the alarm bells all over the ship, bringing the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing? Don't touch it! But it's an emergency! Look at the handcuffs! Ah! You know full well that's not what the alarm's for. If you're that bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. The ship included. You have to do something foolish and make it something that doesn't affect everyone else. Selfish. Let's go in. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Cosmo-san wrote that he saw that speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's over in this cabin can ask that particular mystery. Let's ask! Ah! Oh, excuse me, we need to get inside the cabin. Oh, fuck. That is a very tall man. This sailor's eyes speaks volumes. They are clearly saying keep out. That's what I wrote on the side when I put over the wardrobe doors. Well, this man's version is definitely more effective. Doesn't look like he's gonna let us pass. That's a problem. Hey, buddy! Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer! That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you. Could I perhaps ask something of you? You third-class ladies' maid? Oh, he's sexist. It seems we've caught this sailor on a bad day, Susada-san. Are you coming back? Hi. I assure you there's nothing interesting under my desk. You can get back on the bed, though. Jump. Get back on that bed. Okay. I'm not a sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman, Bill Strongdove. Whew. Best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Strongdove, about this first class cabin area. Here we are, finest part of Bunia Steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. This is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. Well, somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Strongdove is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asagi's currently occupied? Ah! Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da. I think that's probably Russian for yes, or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without an invitation. Well, sounds like there is someone in the next door cabin. Yeah, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asagi's? His name is Mr. Grinsby Roylat. He is a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder to the student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylet is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly students from insignificant Far East Islands. That was harsh. Can you tell us when Mr. Roylet came aboard? Duh! That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been on scene for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything of the next door cabin, or even felt like there was anyone in there. Well, presumably, since the gentleman is occupying one of the first class cabins. Yes, you're rather important, isn't that right? That is not your business. I think it is my business. What happened last night? Are you watch here all the time, Seaman Strongdove? Duh! All the time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you not notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Hit! Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange sounds or sense anything was wrong and so away. Yeah, looking away. You know something. I'm a genius. Fess it up. Unless you wanna, get sued for... Oh, shit, I dropped one of my Joy-Con. No. Get sued for, being a accomplice of a crime. Oh, you wouldn't want that! I said no! Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Burkhead to second-class area, staying locked at all times. You escape while lobster whistles on top of mountain, or as English say, when pigs fly. Yeah, I understand. Get out of the way. Good. Now we can investigate the area properly, shall we? Definitely. Dude, blowing from stupid town. Stop sniffing my cardboard box. Can we go in that? Nope. This is it. This is the ventilator. Knock, knock. No answer. Well, let's kick the fucking door down. We're out of luck. There's no one to help us with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? Came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched screamer. Must have been a woman. Stand aside! I'm about to break the door down! Mr. Schlo! It shan't be stopped! When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges! Please. Wait, Mr. Slums! The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how can I just do such a dispatch with this muscular urge? What pray can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Ah! Oh, I've heard that door open sound effect before. Ah! Who are you? A Western gentleman? This looks like Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there is nobody but me in this cabin. True. Soul Man does appear to be the only one here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Grimsby Royalot, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I'm the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. I'm the great detective among many detectives who adores popular magazines. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. This man uses that magazine like a business card. Get away from my wires. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there would be a pure lady concealing herself in the wardrobe within the time. So I might be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case. Don't be stupid! How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Oh, did you see that, Mr. Naruto? Yeah, the case just shook. Leave, now! Otherwise, I'll call the steward. This is Cosimo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Royalot. No doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some reason about before the Bruley sailor returns. What are you doing? You have a moment? He didn't only address me as Shlomes. That's what I just did. Well, Mr. Shlomes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating a sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting for the inevitable time that you would need my great powers of deduction in service. Oh, and it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylet, is clearly trying to hide something. And you know what the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course! Though, should be pointing out such methods are not exclusive for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely explodes? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what are you about to see may as well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective, greatly almighty, great deduction to the case. Here comes a new feature. Could this be a more Hayek's portrayal of a dubious Russian, I may ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness or Russian on account of his dubiness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Shlomes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on the first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before we have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh! I must have complete silence! What are you doing? Why are you putting that face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates the facts. Mr. Roylet, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain! Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ah! Oh, Narita-san! I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Shlomes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Shlomes in a single glass. He can deduce all there is to know about a person. What inferiable twaddle! Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Shlomes. Now that I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand, this is like a dream come true! I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Roylet's face. Looks like somehow both of Mr. Shlomes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us spawn the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let's work through my deductions together. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Old man's identity. So, the dubious looking Russian Mr. Roylet, obviously, what catches my eye in the first place? is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? Oh, you jumped back up. The answer, of course, is staring right us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylet? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular, the fascinating front page article, which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylet. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. That evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary! And the translation, the headline reads, Revolution... Get out! Oh my god! Leave! Ugh. Flees Russian via Shanghai! As you cannot fail to observe, that the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. I'm gonna lead you out. There you go. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Virvin Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. I thought I was the Russian guy. What is happening? Topic 2. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there! Hell yes, Mr. Roylet. Take on awareness. People have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies the furtherest Grand Falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. It's time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could it possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would the identity of this young lady, in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited for a life of crime, are we? Your killer's Cooper delay betrays you. Once again, we only need to follow your furthest glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of the newspaper. Again, there is another most stimulating article. If we turn from Fling Revolution to the back page... Oh my god! Renowned Primera ballerina of the Nokrovit Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can just to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlovna. Got him. Coppers put him in jail. It thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemsky. What the fuck did that last word mean? Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Slums, could you come over here for a moment? Right, what can I do for you? It's about your deduction. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there is a newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Oh yes, I recall a discussion earlier. At the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. We were able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Slums, Mr. Roy does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the thing about attacking the ballerina, indeed, a truly stunning revolution. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it's too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child in that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose this missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child? I mean, you don't know. No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out of the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A truth of a man consuming vinegar daily in order to murder a certain lithium in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Slums. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Narniros, something's occurred to me about Mr. Slum's deductions just now. I think his powers of observations are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention, his logic, that seems a little off. Your idea of a little might be a little off itself, Mr. Sato. It's just one or two key words in deduction that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some key words in the deductions. Yeah, but very tactfully. I feel like we could do that. We'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Slum's great deductions. Precisely the thought I was that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. Oh, brother. At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. On you, my good fellow. Sorry. Take a moment at your wrists. My wrists? What the fuck? Where are your handcuffs? Huh? What? How did... I feel like they might hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Slums, you truly are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles on your wrists when we're finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this for like a bit. So, let's begin. Herlock Shlums is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Shlomes. I think that's wrong. Yep. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand? That's correct. Now we ask ourselves, what? The answer, of course, is staring at us in the face. You're on the verge of using shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. I'm not sure. Would you really use like that cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'd ever have to worry about. Doesn't sit quite right with me though. Doesn't seem right with royalty either. Means I suppose that deduction's wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword out of your Naruto-san, see if that helps. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylet. I wonder if it's really his beard that he uses those shears on. Exactly! If we do manage to find something that fits the set of Mr. Slum's deduction better, And what? I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san. Why am I the one doing something about this? Let's see, switch around that last sentence. What exactly would Mr. Roy be using those enormous shears for? Thick hat? A very thick hat, isn't it? Ah, that's the secret, Naruto-san. Don't you know? Secret? What? Well, before we left Japan, I took some time to study foreign countries. Russia is a land of unimaginable cold, and a thick hat it is a secret to keep you warm. Without one, I read that your brain would freeze. That was just one of my fascinating snippets of information in... Oh, mother, not Russia! I think you may have picked the wrong book there. What's that?
Yes!
What? Boy, for years you've been around the homeland and that has never left your head. As a result, almost undoubtedly, your thick beard is woven with your hat. Now you have an itch! Somehow you must reach it. Even means cutting the hat off. That deduction was wanting in every way. Yes, I was waiting for you to hear that. I'm quite proud of it. I find myself wanting to never have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, sorry. Let's try again. Damn! Okay, but it's like something with the hair, right? Oh my god. I can't speed up this specific form of text. This is pissing me off. Okay, anyways, it was the hair. Oh my god, all we had to do was turn this guy around.
Yes!
Correction! You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed. Yeah, you have identified the precise details I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from like the sheen of your hair, okay. Ryunosuke, it's 2025, man. Once they're very much in her youth. Oh no. Got him. If I only managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begs is this: why do you desire to rid yourself of such magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shine light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Nope. Well, that was a shock. I know that the old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yeah, I was surprised, Naruto-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry. You look like you're in your element when you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Shaloms. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. I'm just fucking busting it down sexual style. I'm like, fuck you! Whoa. I didn't even press the A button and it went. Yeah, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyways, let's focus on the next part. The evidence that they picked on doesn't fit the facts at all now. It's not true. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolution. Especially because the deduction as a whole is taking a different direction now. Yeah. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts. For some reason, this woman needs to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in this situation. Alright, I'll do my best. Examine. We already know about this. I thought that would present. Oh, I'm glad you noticed, article. What the fuck? Bling, bling. Hurry up. Alright,
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you hit the nail on the head. Renowned premier ballerina of the Notovich Ballet that appears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of Novovich Ballet's premier ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! She's fucking dead. Oh. Oh! Holy shit. What a twist. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Niolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. A ballerina on the run. But of course, the wrongdoing. Well, everything kind of falls apart now. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there! Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Take on awareness. People have a propensity to let their eyes astray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the frivolous glance falls. Proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. Nope. The woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of her eyes. So she can't be inside the traveling case as well. No, that's not right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I guess I'm gonna have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. Seem to look pleased, Naruto-san. You like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Slomes? Stop! Anyways, there must be something that shows what this woman's up to. So... the tiara?
Yes!
She brought it with her! The proof of your crime is surely this tiara! Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in Noviga Ballet, is it not? Indeed! It would appear to be identical to the tiara picture hid in a newspaper article. And if the report is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! Why'd you do that? We're gonna kill her. I have no one, no friends, no family. I'm all alone, and I need money. I'm poor as fuck. I didn't steal the tiara. It was a present from, how could you say, an Earl of Persia that belongs to me. This girl's only 15 years old, and she's all run away all alone. She must be extremely lonely. I don't think any of this has to do with the crime, by the way. Jesus. Can we move on? I'll tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it now. Wrong! I want to be really cool. Let's not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? Oh my god. You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there is some reason you wish for it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of the case, even before I've laid my eyes upon them. Dear me, we are not well suited of a life of crime, are we? Your careless Cupid betrays you. Once again, we only need to follow your frivolous glance to find the answer. You look pathetic on the floor. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your case is written on the books on the shelf. That is completely different from where you were before. He's completely changed the tact with his deduction now. I think Mr. Slum is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you think? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf in here? It's a wild guess, surely. Oh, you think so? Well, it doesn't seem like the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written. The book doesn't even belong to her. Yeah, that's true. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. There has to be another reason why she won't open the case. It must be somewhere in the same area. That's where a gaze is involuntarily drawn. I agree, that's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze direction of the bookshelf. The rules of passage! There's a dog in that box, I bet. Yes! The reason you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage! Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden! Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. It does seem alive. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move on its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Is the last item as forbidden of the vessel's rules of passage. A pet! Ah! Just like you, stupid. Come over here, stupid. Oh, now you won't move? There you go. Elementary. I love you, stupid. So clearly you aren't who you say you are. No, I'm not Grimsby Roylet. My real name is Nikolina Pavlona. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during your ballet company's performance in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The brig is this huge, steep ship with a vast crew. You really snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intend to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave it well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard outside the cabin? That very bell taking on the bell? Why not this young lady, naturally? More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they'd come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say it, disgust myself? So that no one will recognize me? As a result, you transformed into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard, and then I just... Before he came here, I saw the newspaper. Right on the page, there's a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as gracefully as possible, So I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked through the unknowingly unlocked cabin door. Things like that happen sometimes, don't they? Things do happen like that, from time to time! Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's one more thing I'd like to know. What do you have in the traveling case? You are right. It's my dear friend inside, my only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone! The captain finds out. If you say to any of the crew... Your secret is safe with us, I assure you, but in return... You must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, alright. I'll tell you. Well, Mr. Naruto, wasn't it something? Mr. Sloan's great deduction? It was certainly something, yeah. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. Indeed, it is incredible! Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yeah, what? Observe your wrists. Your hands, they're cuffed again! What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. Ugh, when and why? There is still a shadow of a guild cast over you, Mr. Naruto. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped. Can't it really? Anyways, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on without knowing. I have to find out what this speckled band that Kazuma-san wrote about in his diary really was. Did you know someone that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one? One of the crewmen told me that this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh! What's I gonna... I am a student of this academy. That's why we're trying to figure out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps its steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if it happened? Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry. All I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they'd find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. You run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I'll never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I'll start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition when you have that striking tiara as a reminder. The tiara's mine! I need it to live! I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water. You must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes! And the crew of the ship, they've all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates the most intriguing conundrum. Yeah, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruto? Me? Oh, well, yeah, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation of what the conundrum is. Miss Pavlova, allow me to propose to you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Bureau stopped by no port last night. That's it, of course! So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business. I'm not doing the voice. Yeah, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. Don't do that. An angel descends from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what? It is how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And this is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I'm an angel. Okay. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sloane's voice said, I never can resist the touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty of detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. It doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, right? I don't think animals are allowed on board, but according to the rules of passage... Oh, please don't tell any of the crew! They found out my precious... Then the burly Russians would pursue themselves and use them to throw you out. And you guys overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? Is it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit. Ha! You'll credit Russia as the land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't I have small rabbits? Well, you may ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing vapor called daily fresh eggs. And when the adversary strikes, it can satisfy the needs of sustenance. You can't have my ibuprofen. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret to not be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Like what? Oh yeah! Maybe? I don't know. Let's try it. Miss Pavlova, would you care to take a look at this? I don't know. I don't know anything! It's Naruto, you're frightening the poor... Okay, this is definitely fail text. Something to present her with. Oh, the speckled band. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yeah. And he wrote in it last night before he died. It's something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound, and then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator griddle. A speckled band? I don't understand. Damn, that rhymed. Strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentioned joins this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabinet and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something, or the whistling sound? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Knock, knock. Excuse me, Mr. Rolla. Yes, what is it? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak to you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright, I'll come now. What? You must leave, now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yeah, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylett. Get out! The passenger said out, or do you want me to throw you out? Ugh. Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. Okay, hold on. Get out if you hate me so much. This dog, I swear. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown out, into the passageway outside. To be continued. I got another 2 hours in me. Ninth of January, first class cabin passageway. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we managed to find some clues as to what the speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past this sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it! Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yeah, he completely disappeared. When did he do that? Slipped away as quietly as the wind. Not before ensuring these were secured back on my wrists. Okay. What do we do next? We could leave. The door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Ship rounds. They put it on the top of it too. It really is huge. There's a pen in it too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there's nothing to report. Ship section. This looks like a plan of the SS Buria. Shows each deck. Look. The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engine! It's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually. But how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruto-san. It is. Well, consider the Japanese archipelago, the islands of Japan. Yeah, they're not metal, but they're more than lumps of earth, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods have created them. That's not how that works. Fuck you. Really wish you had a chance to look around Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why do you look like that? You want something? Huh? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, hmm? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I throw you out, I show you where lot lumps to spend winter. Understand? Understand. Maybe I should steer it clear until it's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruto-san. I guess... Reader? Oh! That's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know, to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as a wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway. I wonder if Inspector Ozunaka has managed to uncover any new clues. Oh. Yeah, we should probably find him and ask. Let's go. Where is he? It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yeah, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonoka is unscathed. What do you mean unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, haven't you, Naruto-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yeah. I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Oh, there he is. Just barely out of reach. Hi. Oh my god! Okay. Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please don't worry about it. It just scratches. Maybe by a bear. When I told the captain I'd give you permission to investigate, he pummeled me with his fist and tossed me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash. Must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little more about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh? I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Schlums? I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall I compare notes, then? Wait, we can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it! What? Nicolina Pavlona? She's in the cabin next door. Oh, do you know who she is? Please! What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Ah! Ah! Oops, I think I upset him there. That tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? I've definitely upset him. Spectre, has your investigation provided fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. My duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed. Ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yeah, do tell us, Inspector, please. New info? What is this new information you have? It's this. The Barria's medical officer has finished his examination of the bot. Oh, we got the autopsy. Oh, Cosmo's post-mortem report. Cosmo-san. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to this, to the cervical vertebrae was written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, so at first I think they were considering poison. It turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used? Nothing has been found yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through this spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility. No obvious wound would be left. Poor Cosma. I have a second copy of the report. It might be useful. You're welcome to have it. Really? You sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I never have agreed to leaving this cabin in the first place, wouldn't I? Ah. Hell are you looking at? Yippee! Oh, Mr. Shlomes was here, wasn't he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept around the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. Hit shoe polish! Was what he said. Shoe polish? I don't know what he meant. It was when we was over there by the piece of broken glass. Do you see it? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick colored mark, do you think? Yes, that must be it. But how come Mr. Solomons know that shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susada-san? Well, Kazuma-san was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan. Dark tan? Sort of brownish red then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they were scuffed on the floor? The mark on the floor has been entered to the court record. We're done here. It's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmates' eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yeah, that might be for the best. Thank you.
やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you. やる。 Thank you
Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh no, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. Truth is, I seem to have a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Curious indeed. Fuck. Let's get out of here. Bing, 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 bing. Ah! Look, Naruto-san. Seeming strong enough is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who was always crossing his arms glaring enough. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? Sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. I did the great detective way. It's caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can to investigate. Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's strong enough, not stringy knot. Miss Pavlov isn't back yet. Where is that silly detective? Well, oh. Hey, what are you doing? Those are our private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must invest as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Kazuma-san's sake. Not just for Kazuma-san. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at the port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruto-san, by ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Alright, first thing I noticed is that these are also knocked over. All these books have been toppled together, every single one of them. Do you think that's the guy to the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. Exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she be practicing ballet the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Okay then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked him out in a fit of rage. Not everything bad on this ship happens because of me, you know. Well, anyway, let's I'll show you again too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Oh hey, I just realized on the Twitch stream, you are... Hold on, let me... Banned. Nice try, bot! I wonder what this little saucer's doing on the floor. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What, a leak? Is this ship safe? I'm sure even if there was a leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship's gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right! She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? What else? What's this? Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside. According to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding a special friend in there. Yeah, a friend she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals on board in the SS Brua. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Okay, that wasn't anything. What the hell is this? Suppose every cabin has a waste bin. Shall I have a little look and see what's been thrown away? No, son! It's poetic to go sting through someone's rubbish, you know. Ah, those eyes. He's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that was a little disappointing. What else? Like that. Nora-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here, yeah? Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into this wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump in every wardrobe I see. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone can fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we'd find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding here. No such luck. The vent. So the ventilator connects to Cosmo's cabin next door. Yeah, although, what a foolish must be dope to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe, so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyways, last night, Cosmo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. There's the rope again. There's one of these next to Cosmo's cabin. Yes, the bell cord. I can't resist. Ring-a-ding-ding. But no one came. We're too poor for this. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want him to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Displayed this in the cabin too. Look, it's the SS Bureau's rules of passage. Passengers. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized she needed to keep the contents of her case sealed after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend really disappeared to. Probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman strong enough doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yeah, so do I. Fuck. A kettle? It would seem this teapot's empty. So the natural conclusion of the Russians are very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came to this cabin last night, she hadn't had a chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely because they were thirsty. I'd lay 1 in 1,000 it! You're rather obstinate, aren't you? Narita-san. There's just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Oh, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied in this cabin for any time. That's true. I wonder what kind of book she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks, I think I probably already knew that. She really asks too much of people, Naruto-san. Kindly remember that. I didn't ask you to do shit. Is there anything I can investigate anymore? I think that's it. Besides the door. This cabinet has the same simple sort of backslash that came with the cabinet. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from the outside. Yeah, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across on its own accord, would it? No, and the door's made of metal, so there's no chance of trigger using magnets to bolt it from the outside. Seals up perfectly too to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through the crack and closed door either. I assume there are a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why this suspects me. Damn. Okay. Fuck. Just do a mow down. Let's get the hell out of here. What? I don't get what's happening. I've already read this one. She called it her friend, although we don't know what form of friend this takes yet. You! Where'd you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? That guy. I mean, Seaman Hosanaga did. That's new Japanese, was it? Later I will roll him in the boiling cold room. Damn. Whew, he's gone back to guarding the door. Yeah, Inspector Hosanaka doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone on his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at Le Carnival. It could be a very long time from now, Naruto-san. I could look at the vent again. Hi, vent! His ventilator just lines to the cabin, that's right. Just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma-san saw something emerge from it. The speckled band, he described it. Well, Ms. Pavlova was able to shed some light on it, but it seems as baffled as we are. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that just didn't sit right with me. The game is not letting me progress. I feel like I've found everything that's possibly useful. The game says no. There is more to do. I don't know where this more to do is, but I must find it. Tales always have a satisfying conclusion, but mine isn't satisfying. I'm just running in circles. We have to solve this. I'm trying! Where? How? It's only letting me look at old shit again. Hi. You're back. Are you here to comfort me, or are you gonna run away again? Okay, bye. Is he already back? No. Okay. One fact remains. Sorry to imagine Cosmos however in this last words or word in Russian. True. Dude, what haven't I looked at? What the hell? It's pissing me off. No, don't want to do that. Oh! Jesus Christ. Hi! Oh! It's Mr. Shlomes! Look! Wow, you never know when he's gonna turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something that sings to himself. If you're gonna walk in here, don't leave immediately. I did it the great detective way. Oh, that's where the singing came from. All I had to do was turn my head. He's still singing. You think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the odd bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about. Excuse me. I solved it all and stood tall. I did it the great detective way. I realized it was Frank Sinatra My Way way too late. Mr. Slums! Ah! What is it? You wanna fight? Oh, you that challenged me to a bit of fisticuffs, eh? Come on, mate. I dare see you throw a punch. Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never gonna stop, so I figured it is as good a time as any. I nearly dropped the floor on you with one of my famous right hooks. All right, I get the picture. You can please put those fists away. Mr. Slomes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Oh, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log penned by the stoically built crewman usually calls it. Oh, yeah, the ship's log. Did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report? Nothing of note happened? You truly are a student of the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Shlomes? Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry this first class fuck. And he has almost religiously practiced of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, sorry, it's not every 30 minutes. Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He'd even write nothing to report. Do you mean? Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now. But we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report on the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The ship's log is in my mental log. Holy shit. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Oh, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. We'll make shlomes. Brilliant! Oh. Ouch. What is it, you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Again? Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I did it my way. Something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just, well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. Sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? How queer. Anyways. What now? The fuck do I do? That was a fun... That was a fun encounter with our beloved Shlomes. Oh, ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Ah, what's that? Shut down the engines immediately! Vessel side a quarter more of an hour! Full stop! Hard to starboard! All hands brace for impact! What the... I think we're about to crash into another ship. What?! Oh my god. I can't stand. Susato-san, hold on to me! Ah! Jesus fucking Christ! Susato-san, are you alright? I think I'm fine, thank you, Naruto-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yeah, the ship's come to a stop. Oh my goodness! What about Naruto-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hasanaga. Are you in there, Naruto? About the door. What? The bolt? Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susanoo-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And... Look at the books. They're just like were they before again. Oh! The pieces are coming together. Naruto-san, aren't you gonna open the door and let the inspector in? I think we've solved our closed door mystery and made it an open door mystery. Our violent emergency stopped and solved one mystery at least in the very vivid way. But if you would have waited us on the other side and the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried over, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. Again? That was an hour this time. Do they take me for a simple weakling? Somehow the door to the cabin we ended up been bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susanoo-san took a deep breath and gently slid back the bolt. Oh, fuck. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's corner? You both look unhurt. Good. Yeah, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? Weird something about going to collide with another ship. Yeah, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There was a dense fog outside, so it was extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos! Passengers were screaming! Crewmates are running everywhere! This is the first-class area. It was the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Somehow triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah, you wicked intruder! You are evil! Sorry, me? I've been called out for a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case! How could you? What? No, I didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Yeah? Arrest this man! I know he did it! He's a criminal! Not enough that he killed a man! Duh! And he's a stowaway! If Vic's promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away, he's a trespasser as well! Stowaway, trespassing, killing! She's right, you are devil! It doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck, throw him in! Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong, then we give you straight to police! Wait, a cell? Inspector Sadak, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. It really is a crisis. I gotta find a solution. Immediately! We run. Oh. You don't know when to keep your mouth shut. I can't get out. Get out now. We need to investigate! That was probably a slur. It's no use. She's not gonna listen. I need to find someone who will. Well, This is the only man that will. Hi! What are you doing? Welcome back. You're cold. Why are you cold? You've got yourself in a difficult situation here by entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for getting the freak to investigate Miss Lover's cabin. Now this happened, I have to report back to the cabin at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me. a savior. I was like, a savior? Don't tell me. There he is. What are you doing up there? Mr. Sloanes? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles felt like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no, no. Well, what were you doing hanging from the hook before then? Isn't it obvious? The property assessed the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to be determined if I could be conceited looking hook on the wall so full of brag and bounce. I never know when to take this man seriously or not. You again, the great detective. Inspector! I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report most urgently. Well, you might want to try look for me someone than a hook on the wall next time. What is the report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I've eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanation exists. So, allow me to eliminate all your minds, for I'm about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction of the case. Huh, you have solved it. Enough! Even hedgehogs understand this case. We all know who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal on wardrobe. It is a stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, that's what I call a locked room mystery in detective stories. The locked room, that's the point! The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way a bolt could have been drawn across the outside of the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin's next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We haven't discussed that. Why, it gapes open mouth even as you speak. The vent, man! the ventilator? You think this funny? I could not put my arm through the hole. That's because your arms are as thick as a tree. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. But it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the murder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Oh. Mr. Sloanes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is a speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Stop throwing fists! Mr. Shlomes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not! I am ready! What I am about to expose for you all will shock you to your cores! Behold! Yeah! Ah! What the? A snake? Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. Oh my god. What the fuck? Mr. Shlomes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, the snake isn't really speckled, is it? Looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Huh? Yeah, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that's precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it's time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. Oh my god, are you saying he died to a damn snake? No. So this is a victimless crime. We just killed a fucking snake? Alright. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Shlomes must be right. He's hit the head on the nail. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asagi. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want that fangs of the friend in your neck. So everyone, let's begin. Herlock Shlomes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular! Number 2 already? Yo! The Great Deduction. The game is afoot! Topic 1. Intruder's Identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it's that very pain that evidences your inexcusable links to the victim's death. So we ask, what is the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabins that portuous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend of which you boarded the vessel, was it not? As I suspected. Another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas, regrettably, this specimen's marking do not fit the description in any way. What explanation we can give, pray? Was Was this a sign that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No. No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me. Oh, but it does. You have to the answer to this quandary, even now, be hidden behind your back. Is that the speckled band? But you are trying, but failing to conceal can be the snake sloth skin. What? Evidently, after that kind of does look like old skin, old snake skin. Even after the subtle and horrible crime, this deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I like how Shlomes does the fucking mods crush his skull. Thank you. Last night, through the ventilator visible in the cabin, your then speckled friend slits through the next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. The dim light, it appeared the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake that is marking Tinshname's time through its slothed skin. What does that mean? A snake so dreadful we can imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Conclusion: a beloved speckled snake. Topic 2: how Mr. Asuki died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? ... According to data of which I have appraised, it would appear there are no visible signs of injury. Ah! In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Didn't we literally prove that isn't true, like 2 hours ago? Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm that the crime is the scene. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of the death considerably. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of a snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. That makes no sense! There's no point in feigning innocence, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betraying the hiding place you chose. That's right! You hid the evidence that links to the victim's death in the traveling case. It's empty. Oh, you mean the snake. When we first met in this cabin, given my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend? To train? Indeed, you put the serpent through this ventilated wait. After a period, you summoned it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you listened for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training? It's not true! Nuh-uh. Having slithered through the ventilator down to the belt cord, the creature only needs to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor man's life. There can be no doubt my logic is infallible. Conclusion. Death by a venomous snake's bite. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction. Okay, well, hold it. I don't believe that. Miss Pavlona has been training her pet snake a killing machine. There on the floor you observe a saucer of milk. The promised food is key to training any creature. Incredible! You solved the mystery! Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to his name. I see now why Miss Sherlock Holmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable, as the Russians say. I could have done it with one left hand. Can I venture an opinion, Mr. Slums? But of course! What's on your mind? It's just about your deduction before. Something doesn't make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, the book. Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk. So, I'm not sure it'd be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova may use some other treat to encourage a pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Yeah, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. But madam, what if the tales of Arabia? Have you not heard of snakes that dance to the sound of a flute? I think the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless! Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Shalom. There's one other thing. You have more?! Snakes use the scale on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat-belled cord like one of these cabins. Then they should try harder! Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Shlomes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator in the next door cabin, you're gonna come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine a snake had any part in it. Oh, the horror. Oh, the pity. I might as well, I'm on YouTube.com. I don't think I can say that. I was gonna give an example of what I can't say on YouTube, but I'm still on YouTube. That's gonna be a Twitch exclusive bit that I might bring up if any of you ask. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mind. Yes, we need to modify Mr. Slum's latest seduction, turning the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. So what was I waiting for? Mr. Naruto! Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down at your wrists again. What? Okay. You've done it again. Cuffs are gone. Where do they go? Fear not. I shall see them restored after our work is done. I'm not even the suspect anymore. What the fuck? Now, everyone, let us begin. Hillock Shrums is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Shlomes. The intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Whoa. Wait a minute. She does have a pain expression on her face. Yeah, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-san's death is weighing heavy on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Slums has read her quite correctly. Will there be something more to interpret the expression? So let's take a moment and really look at Miss Pavlova. What is causing her pain? Oh. Why is he still here? Anyways, it's the claw scratch. Oh, Naruto-san, look! It looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. Fairly recent, too. Well, whatever. Whatever scratcher does appear to be around.
Yes!
Ugh! The claw scratch. Yes! When you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed! A simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Ah! When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse. Okay, it's something odd to admit. And that very pain, that evidences your inexcusable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what is the nature of this intruder that stole our victim's cabin on that preposterous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend of which you boarded the vessel with, was it not? As I suspected, it had a telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the withering serpent we see before us. Nope. Seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws. No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet from which claws might grow. Well then, if the snake isn't her pet, then what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruto-san. Then we'll find the answer. Okay. Is it... Oh...
Yes!
What the fuck? It's the thing in the frame. I'm close enough. That frame is your friend. What precisely was your intention with that, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm just following natural prediction. Sometimes the truth hurts. Well, the truth is, you don't have a turn of observation or deduction. Did that hurt? Yeah, a lot. Okay, so what? Do I need to turn the photo into evidence? I guess we do that by analyzing it. One of my friends keeps opening Dark Souls 3, and I don't know why. Is it crashing a lot? Or is it just that addictive? Ah, look at the photograph of this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceedingly beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look at this. Okay.
Yes!
It's the little kitten! Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes! The scratch on the back of your hand that makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought an animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah! ... Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's observations on that night tell of a speckled band, whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary right even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be a snake's slaughtered skin. We're past this snake. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Oh yeah, plays like that are Mr. Sloan's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty, or maybe making me believe was that a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Well, I don't know what that is. It is speckled and it's a band, but what is it? It just seems to be a soft, fluffy, long piece of cloth. Looks like the handle on one end. I think it might be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band and paw around of it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave in front of them and they pounce and catch it. Ah, that sounds positively adorable. Well, we've changed the meaning of it. That means we can present it.
Yes!
Yes! The thing you're trying but failing to conceal is, the toy. Precisely! The true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ah! And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? But why? For what purpose? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. Her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin. Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah! In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of crime, is the bithersome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Ah! A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proven to be. She must be caged once found. You'll forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Yippee! A new evidence. After I gave her food last night, that was when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she's so naughty. Wow. Solved. However, topic 2. Moving on, we came to hear the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data which I've been able to appraise, it would appear that there are no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. The venom has been crossed out. What Mr. Sloan says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-san's body. That's right. But Mr. Sloan seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma-san wasn't poisoned. Yeah, it seems so. Let's give him the information he's missing. Oh.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Oh yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. The only Goliath would... Or only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seems strong enough is some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out! Anyways, we have good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, the examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death consciously. I guess not. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something. Hold on. What? Oh, okay. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes! That's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal a fatal blow. I suppose. It's possible that he had fallen and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe Kazuma-san, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to find a deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that can explain what happened? I mean, probably this.
Yes!
Hell yeah. Yes! In explanation of the mark on the floor will prove the death. This particular mark, so prominently visible to the next body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry around now, of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asagi's leather-laced shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asagi must have caught his foot at that point of the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by the dreadful turn of misfortune, caught by his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered. In an instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asagi lost his life? Yes, so the facts are clear as day for me. You did all you could conceal the incriminating evidence. But now you an involuntary glass betrays your hiding place you chose. That's right. You had the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the traveling case. Nope, it's empty. I don't believe it. Cosmo someone merely tripped over and now he's no more? Can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But! And this part of Mr. Slump's deduction is right. Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. And she might be around here somewhere. Not the tiara. The waste bin? What is there to look at? There isn't really any other thing.
Yes!
Nope. They got me. Whoa! Are you kidding me? I was correct once again. I just did it in the wrong format. Fuck this game, dude. Wait. Are we ignoring it? Okay, wait. Is that not the right answer? You can't hide a piece of evidence in a tiara, right? I'm right.
Yes!
What the fuck? Okay. Wow. The evidence is in the waste bucket. The thing that I said the first time, but you said no to, but now it's correct? Why? That's BS. Here we have a fragment of some glass object, it would seem. One that is a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asagi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Well, that would be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin. Yeah! Got him.
You're well acquainted with this glass spell, are you not? I don't know, and that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruto. Yeah. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be... I don't know. The little... Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell?
Yes!
Nope. Damn it. Okay, what? What the hell links the two? Oh!
Yes!
It's the bell in the photo. If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see hanging from Darkia's collar the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up to you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. That's a word. Fuck. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka! Got him. Loser. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. That would be really funny. Is that seriously what we're gonna say? That this motherfucker died after tripping over a cat? Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I didn't have time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cops become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that's how you got acquainted with... acquired that rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yeah. I had read the rules on the wall, and I knew I was allowed to have Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the cabin. It was very quiet, I was sure. Someone was there. He must be sleeping. So at that point, he thought it was safe to try and lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into a adjoining cabin. Dark always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked! After using her favorite toy, I tried whistling to her, but nothing. She didn't return. But the faint whistling Cosima wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yeah, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she calmed down. But then... Meow! I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Cosima was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Spirit is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asagi was really off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet. A combination of unfortunate factors could have easily had him caused to roll over. What became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her come back through the ventilator. Yet Dawkins nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. Now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is insufferably restless as I am. Well, I know something about himself at least. When I woke up this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin had died next to mine. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Priosis. What? That snake belongs to you. He escaped the cage when the emergency sounded alarm. I was looking for him. I didn't expect to find him here. Oh wait, you're not British. You're Russian. Fuck. I'm getting out of here right now. Goddamn. But animals are not permitted on board. Huh. We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be long without close friends, without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who could understand you better? My dear belly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake. Surely you can. Yeah. Surely you can appreciate the danger of putting everyone in. No venom. Huh? Radio's kiss do not have venom. He is harmless, very strong, but very gentle. He's adorable, like Grammy. It's venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he's in bad mood. Once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you will feed him. What? And you'll feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say, milk chicken's ridiculous. Snake that drink milk belong in stupid stories. Prius gets eat mouses, big fat round mouses. Ah, oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course! How else could I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Aw, poor guy. I refuse. It refuses to drink milk. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something inept start landing a star roll? It's not what? I do not make up story. My Priusco is nothing to do with this incident. You sure? So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. This was pointless. Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're gonna attempt to cover your guilt with lies, then no matter what circumstances, I can't forgive you. What? What are you talking about, Miss Mikotaba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was a series of unfortunate effects. An accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Slums. I'll ever get for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yeah. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it, I just can't put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh? I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Miss Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again. Especially when they're on your list as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Slims? Yes, I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yeah? Cousin was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that might be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About that scene in your cabin really came to be. Discord's DM, silly Discord DM. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yeah! What should we ponder first? Is it the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside? Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it no accident at all? That is what we must establish in this first instance. But we have already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that climbed over his cabin. The ventilator. Tragic, yes, but it was an accident. Hold it! I'm doing those outside of court? Wait, let's step back a bit. It doesn't make sense if that's what really happens, does it? I'm gonna have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence right here in Cosmo's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't have possibly been a mere accident. Really? Let's show our hand, Miss the Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere coincidence. It's the Russian word.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way Mr. Asugi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in a native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It's a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. It's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way Mr. Asugi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in an instant death. Instant death. Which means, after the victim fell on the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything, 'cause he was already dead! That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asugi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't have possibly been there if what Miss Pavlova told us is true. What? So, Susato-san noticed it too. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no mere accident. In other words... what? The fucking bell?
Yes!
This piece of broken glass next to the floor. But that's a glass bell that came out around its neck. We already knew about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the belt end up back here in this cabin? Ugh! Yeah, remember that we found the other half of the glass, well, in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain this, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both of these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asugi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in his room. That same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Kia! Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asugi's. You are wasting time. Someone else was there. Duh! Of course we know this. What are you talking about? Motorcade was photoshopped to the inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And the only person in cabin, young student, died was you. It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. It was shot inside the cabin wardrobe to be surprised about that detail. I did no Russian. There's no way I could have left that message.
No, would have. There's no way you could have leave that message, to be precise in the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe and rushed on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me of the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the whole time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass spell that had fallen on the floor for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asagi really died. But why would this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was going to raise questions. Yeah, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light on the floor there. No wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of a tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seeming strong enough. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong Strider. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in cabin. But that's not possible. I give my tooth. Well, it's all most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Looks through to the eyes. Cabin bulkhead was shut from inside. Nobody could go in cabin. Neither know anyone. Or do you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it's impossible. Ah, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often yeah, we know. Hi, dog. Bye, dog. Come back. You're precious to me. And cold again. Stop being cold. Fred, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find in any modest steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, not a gap in sight. No threads or needles could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. Mr. Naruto suggested earlier, so how can you shift onto me like that? So Seaman Strongnam has a valid point. The cabin door could have been bolted from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see traces of a method that I haven't mind using before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the door cabin from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yeah. Do you really know what Mr. Slum mean, Mr. Naruto? Yeah, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruto? Point out the telling site the method that we used to slide a... Well, hold on.
Yes!
I'm confused. sure it is. Something in the back of my mind's telling me. Do you know what shlooms mean? Yeah, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Okay, I know that you need to that the tipping of the ship is what causes the door to shut. Unfortunately, how the hell do I convey that with my cursor?
Yes!
Okay, and I'm wrong again. I thought the bell was set up to emergencies. Guess it wasn't. Is it this?
Yes!
No! What? Oh my god, is it the tipped over bookcase?
Yes!
Oh my god, look at that. See how all the books and things have toppled over? That must happen when the ship makes its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes through the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yeah, this is what's known as the force of inertia, acting like that. Is there nothing Susada-san doesn't know, or that isn't in her book? Well, whatever. It's the same force that pushed over those books in the bookcase. Also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just looking after the emergency stop that made the ship earlier. We had come in this cabin not long before we had bolted the door down, but then... Flashback. Oh yes, that's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew through across the locked door. Yes, and it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed, or the force of Inipia, what do you want to call it? Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asugi was killed? Yes, it tipped over and clank. That's a 3D model? How very clever. The SS Buria made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books and shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone run their hand across the shelf, deliberately knocking everything over. Oh yeah, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? And when we came to this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing happen in here. All the books and everything have been toppled over, just like in Mr. Asugi's cabin. Oh my! You have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Bruya made emergency stop? Does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone in the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the... Oh, are you forgetting the button in the in the passageway outside used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yeah, of course. There's a notice there, telling you to only press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on his eyes on outlook alone. Hence the placements of buttons around him the vessel to allow any crewman to raise an alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity.
Wait, it was you?
When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. And indeed it did a little earlier today. They're stunned by my brilliance. Mr. Shlomes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed on whatever occasion! He sounds almost proud of himself.
How dare you mess with ship! I'd report you to captain, you're in so much trouble now!
Now, I'm sure we can all wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin door slide closed. So, all we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop or did it not?
You're idiots! Maria is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make an emergency stop even in the middle of the night, there would be chaos everywhere.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped the vessel last night?
Let's see here. Oh, yeah.
Yes!
Sermon Stroganov, it's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, isn't that right?
Duh, that is correct. Why?
In the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties.
What are you doing with that? That is mine!
Ah, so you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift brewery in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it on our care with a mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That's where I always put it.
Point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night to the first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing was recorded in the log?
That is... Duh! Because nothing happened!
If nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Gulp. Indeed, so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish!
If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, it's because if something major as an emergency stop really did happen, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what that feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anyone would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Ah! Oh, yes. I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you have all been afflicted with it, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing all day too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. And the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And those handcuffs were put on me at that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded the vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Well, yeah. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Cosmo looked after me. And was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday, I take it? Yeah, in fact, I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh! Mr. Shlomes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No! Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with the addition of sulfuric, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sloan means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with sulfuric drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Shaloms? Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have been an inquiry made through the shipping company, but of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over to the coals for aiding and abet a renegade. Go. Please no more, I'll tell everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yeah. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything. For fame in the ballet, Mother Russia, we wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. I remember now. I did notice she got a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh! We cannot make all the drug. How you say? Dissolve. Ugh. Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in water in Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat, while all the passengers of the SS Berea slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion, the evening meals had been contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, the people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Cosmo's cabin door. How does that make any sense? Surely even the cabin door would have ended up locked in that case. There would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Oh, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers who would have eaten their evening meal chicken in the cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by the tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in the cabins for the night. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with the cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You would have talked long and said many things. What is point? The point is, what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who desperately tried to hide broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know anything about this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors do not listen long. Boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we just only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yeah. Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What as a accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Oh yes, bye-bye. So, Mr. Naruhodo, with your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Shlomes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said. One of these two provocateurs. Observation. If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that someone tried to fabricate evidence by tampering with the scene of Mr. Asugi's death. We're looking for some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely! You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Chunky arms were there, dude. Oh shit!
Yes!
seem strong enough. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there.
Eh? Oh yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from.
So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain.
What are you trying to say?
It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Strong's uniform, and I think what it's made of is very clear. Indeed it is! So, Mr. Naruhodo, presented evidence that proves it. My pleasure. What is the stain?
Yes!
Ink. Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink shows it. It's what caused the stain in your uniform.
Ink?
A rather unusual color of ink. Purple.
Ah!
Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. Though, the Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dried, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Ah, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Warmandro did it. And then I pressed button to make Buria do emergency stop and put the cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then an angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door cabin number was open. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on the floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator in Mr. Asugi's cabin, and then he tripped over and broke his neck when he fell on the floor. Yes, that's right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlona then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find the culprit lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard a sound of something falling on the floor. That's when to look. Lord Angel? The door was not locked. So she opened the door to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asugi's cabin, was he already dead? Why? I already told you! When you opened the door of student's cabin and looked inside. I'm asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Da. Oh. Yes, that's right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Nope. Ah, something nearly slipped my mind, Mr. Shlomes. This photograph, I took it myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, those are facts. There is one particular area in this photograph that seems somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... Kazuma tripped and fell by some terrible act. Bad luck and broke his neck. Which part of this photographic print is unnatural? Can't be the finger. No, it's on. It just kind of looked like the headband he was wearing was off. Yes! No. I pointed at one hand. Yes! Alright, if you really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist, almost you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Shlomes, show us, please, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh, shit, that's an earring. Yes, you are right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? Tells us nothing. I'm not sure. That crescent moon looks... It looks familiar. I got you! Life sentence. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That's the key. What? The truth is now tantalizing close. How did a crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue. The final piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does the little crescent moon mean? What significance does it have? And observe! Find the answer with your own eyes! Okay, well, it doesn't come up from the left ear. It comes from the right ear.
Yes!
Why is finding live streamers on YouTube so hard these days? I think I've heard some streamers on Twitch talk about it. They just like having their like streams and then their video content separated. I, however, don't care because I don't get chatters if I don't stream on YouTube. Anyways, how are you doing, Omni-powered Sans? Hope you're having a good day. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it must have broken, I suppose. Eh? What? But looking at your other ear, I notice a crescent moon. Hmm? Ah! I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Hosting D&D and watching YouTube? I didn't know you could do those two things at the same time. To be fair, I've never played D&D. Miss Pavlova? Mr. Asugi must have grasped the crescent moon and pulled in your ear. Perhaps just moments before you fell to the floor? In other words, last night, in Mr. Asugi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asagi do it? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it and clench in his fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Ah! Got him. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto the huge ship, and then, when I was at last in this cabin, I could relax after this horrible long day. Meow! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call to her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka wouldn't come back. Knock, knock. Clunk. What are you doing here in this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in arm's hands again, I was gonna leave the man's cabin. Just a moment, sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course! You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh?
No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Oh, don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's gonna pull the cord. He's gonna tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? He was gonna get me. Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! And then, meow. Dark had jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And he turned around to look at me. Oh my god! I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when he went to fetch help from Seaman Strongnov, who was put on duty in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and fell on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help, and that's when you arranged things and caused his cabin to make it look like I did it, so that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was in there. And then I found Stowaway in a wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when you found me. So you worked out a plan to blame to blame on the Stowaway? Fuck. I closed the wardrobe doors and put back strange people aside. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susada-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place using that was spinning right on the floor. I wrote wardrobe so the person who found him would look inside the wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. An angel went back to her cabin. I finished up by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Bureau did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, I say you told Kazuma about the fact you'd run away from your homeland. It's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yeah? But if you had pulled the bell on the cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said Inspector was his friend. Oh, yeah, meaning me. He was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought if that if the police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you for a moment? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asagi really gonna pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I wouldn't know for certain, but... he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give you your secret, right, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was gonna pull the cord. He was going to make me send them back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, today's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take in that moment? Does this matter? Can we determine whether this young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within the cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yeah, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. The cabin has been my home this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night with Miss Pavlova and Kazuma-san. Yeah, that's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! If there is one thing I've learned about today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truth. Not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out even by a little bit when you're following the gaze of where it lands. So, where he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what was Kazuma looking at? His gay ass was looking at you.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to pull the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside of the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Ah! Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What are you looking at? What were Mr. Asugi's words that night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion. Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No. Mr. Asugi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asugi was looking at. Things may have ended very, very differently if you had. Dummy. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Bureau was finally laid to rest. Wait. No fucking way. Did we do an Ace Attorney chapter without going to court? I didn't know they were allowed to do that. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to reciprocate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. You sure Slims can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she'd be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seemed Strongnov. I wanted to help my little angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kinda you. In the meantime, thanks for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh! Well, I'm afraid you'll need to pack up now. We are due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm gonna have to hand you over to the council to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your new cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain was over before it's even begun. I think only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together how we tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's this? Isn't it someone weeping? Susato-san? Naruto-san, I didn't know you returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know. Ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can just be over just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain, so many dreams, and now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible, but now we know the truth. That was just an accident, just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruto-san. It's too much. Yeah, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Sogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed. And caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now. Huh? Surprise, Mr. Naruto! of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway after all. Thinks this is funny? Mr. Shlomes, we do appreciate your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heart-treading. I hope that you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. Well, I can't. I'm going back to Japan. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking on the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. Wait a minute! It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Atsugi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susada-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer. The study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Slums. We know no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications attained of your own country will be little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, voyage to London still promises a good month time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yeah? Miss Susato? Yeah? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah! But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. Well, as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I have a month in which to study. To learn what it must become to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo. That's ridiculous! Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I will work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? If by the time I reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I'll become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? Ah! I think that's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness! yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character day with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has showed resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I just made a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector! If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm gonna try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer. I'd be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What, me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asagi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it. I'll treasure it always. So then, Meisu Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time. It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need! But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you two. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times?! I should have never doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you wouldn't have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicions to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out a beast stowing away in the cabin's door. No! I won't let you make excuses for me! Whatever the circumstances, I should have never thrown you! Not just once, but 5 times! That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must! Just take hold and throw me! Do it! Don't even think about it! No! Why would I don't even know how to. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It is a skill one requires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Slums, I observed your throwing techniques several times with great interest. I confess I was almost impressed. When did he see that? I presume it would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but it's my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How peculiar. I am a practitioner of the combat arts myself. I am somewhat of an accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder would you be so kind to instruct me on your technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not delay. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruto? Sorry? Yeah! As you can see, you throw from the enemy. Oh yes. Arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickering in my mind. Karuma. Why did my controllers on desync? I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make sure it happens. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wanted to let me down.
still don't know what it was. But I'm gonna see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. I can't believe that. A whole Ace Attorney chapter. Ooh, an achievement. That has no trial. Okay, well. Next time, we will be solving the mystery of the adventure of the runaway room. I guess. So, like, are some of these are straight up not gonna have trials? There's only 5. We're halfway there.